Welcome to the Planning Commission meeting March 9th, 2023. It's a hybrid meeting. We're starting with a new system here. And I'm going to walk us through our agenda. And so I'm calling the meeting to order today for the Planning Commission of Mendocino County. Today's meeting is a hybrid meeting of the Planning Commission with participants both in person and digitally. The public may participate digitally in meetings by sending comments to pbscommissions@mendocinocounty.org or orally via telecommute in lieu of personal attendance. All public comment will be made available to the commissioners, staff, and the general public after processing by staff and can be viewed as attachments to this meeting's agenda on the Planning Commission agenda page. To submit public comments via telecomment, please use the telecomment form found at https://www.mendocinocounty.org/government/planning-building-services/meeting-agendas. And could we have roll call vote now?
Commissioner Purnell?
Here.
Commissioner Pollan?
Here.
Chair Wiedemann?
Here.
Thank you.
And do we have determination of legal notice?
And legal notice has been determined on the matter on the agenda today.
Okay, and is there any comment regarding today's meeting and the meeting schedule for today?
Thank you, Chair Wiedemann. Julia Krog, Planning and Building Services Director. And I want to speak to today's meeting. First to welcome you to the first hybrid meeting. And for the public, please to bear with us. This is our first hybrid meeting we're conducting, so there might be a few hiccups along the way, but we're going to make it work. And also to talk about our meeting location today. So this morning, we are meeting here in Board Chambers. We have this room from 10 a.m. until noon today. After that point, if the items have not concluded, we will take a lunch break and reconvene at 1:30 in Conference Room C. We will have staff available to show folks where that conference room is located, and we would continue the meeting there at 1:30 if we have not concluded. Thank you. That's it.
And with that, well, I'm going to entertain the director's report.
Thank you very much. I have no director's report today. I'm available for questions.
Okay. And next we move to agenda item number 4, matters from the public. Members of the public are welcome to address the Planning Commission on items not listed on the agenda, but within the jurisdiction of the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission is prohibited by law from taking actions on matters not on the agenda. Individuals wishing to address the Planning Commission under matters from the public may do so via email or Zoom. For information on each of these methods, call the Planning and Building Department at 707-234-6650 or visit www.mendocinocounty.org/government/planning-building-services/meeting-agendas. All correspondence will be attached to the item and made available online on the Planning Commission agenda page. If any members of the public log into Zoom meetings, wish to speak under public expression, and have not completed the telecomment form, please use the raise hand feature to allow staff to add you to the meeting. Instructions for using the raise hand features are found on the agenda for this meeting. Do we have any requests for a telecomment under public expression? James.
We have no members of the public here for public expression.
All right, thank you. Is there any consent calendar?
Oh, pardon me, Chair Wiedemann, if we could just confirm that we have no public expression in room as well.
Thank you. All right, no public expression in this room at this point? Okay. So let's move on to item number 5, the consent calendar. I believe we don't have any. We move to agenda item number 6A, the regular calendar. Case number S 2020-001/development 2020-0001/AP 2022-0034. Modifications to previously approved Garden Gate Subdivision Vesting Tentative Map S3-2005 and its associated development agreement. The subdivision's modifications consist of an amended vesting tentative map to subdivide 48.8 acres into 171 single-family residential parcels with parks, streets, and utilities. I'm going to open the public hearing and announce the hearing procedures. How we're going to deal with this, because it's kind of a lengthy package, is we're going to have staff presentation, followed by questions to staff, followed by the applicant's presentation, followed by questions to the applicant, public comment, final remarks by staff, final remarks by applicant, final commission questions to staff or applicant. Then we close the public hearing, and then the planning commission, this commission deliberation and motion takes place. And with that, has there been any correspondence or telephone calls received?
And posted to the website, and any items have been sent to the commission.
Okay. And Director Krog, can we have a staff presentation?
Thank you very much. Julia Krog, Planning and Building Services Director. I'm going to introduce our county team that we have here today. We have next to me here, Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski. On the other side of me, we have Linda Roofing of North Coast Community Planning, who is our contract planner for this project. And available on Zoom, we have William Abbott with Abbott and Kinderman, who is our outside counsel for this project. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn this over to Linda for her presentation, and I'm going to share my screen as we have a PowerPoint presentation for you.
All right. I think I've got my technology working while Julia gets the, whoops. Yeah, hold on. I do not want this presentation on my screen. Okay. Is it possible to so I can I can do this in a different way. Okay. Thank you. All right, so before I dive into my presentation, I just want to thank the county team, especially Planning Director Krog and Deputy County Counsel Kudrowski for their assistance in processing these applications. It has actually been a 3-year process. I also want to acknowledge the hard work of the developers in getting us to this point. Doug Gillian is here today, and then his really amazing project manager, Jake Morley, is here as well. So I also want to thank the Planning Commission for wading through a huge packet. We received a couple of early inquiries and questions from commissioners, which are always greatly appreciated, and we just want to thank you for your careful reading of the materials. And lastly, I want to thank the members of the public for attending this hearing today. So I have a comprehensive staff report and PowerPoint presentation. It will identify the proposed changes to the Gardenscape project and summarize the analysis of the project as presented in the staff report, including the environmental analysis under CEQA, the consistency analysis with county planning policies and regulations, and review of proposed modifications to the development agreement. Next slide, please. So, over 15 years ago, a local developer had a concept for a new neighborhood at the south end of Ukiah. He went through a long and arduous planning process and received all of the necessary entitlements to build the project in 2010. And as you know, the market crashed after that. He didn't build the project. But the county and the developer had entered into a development agreement which vested the project approvals for 15 years. Eventually, a new developer, Gillian Inc., purchased the property with his own vision of what that new neighborhood might look like. And so what is before you today are applications to modify the original project approvals to change the layout of the lots, the streets, and the parks, to reduce the project density and reduce the overall number of lots, to modify the inclusionary housing agreement, and to extend the term of the DA. Next slide. So, just a couple of things that make this development review process different than the typical process where you're starting afresh with a vacant piece of land and an application for development. In this case, the developer has a vested right to construct the 197-lot Gardenscape project. However, the developer is requesting modifications to those vested approvals, and so as decision makers, or in the case of the Planning Commission who's advisory to the Board of Supervisors, your job is to analyze the modified project to determine, does it have greater impacts than those that were identified in the Gardenscape EIR? Do service providers have the capacity to serve the project? Does the modified project comply with county policies and regulations? And are there EIR mitigations and conditions of approval that need to be updated? So this slide lists all of the documents that constitute the modified project. These are the documents that the Planning Commission will review today, though not exactly in this order. So the first 6 documents describe the project, and they are the amended vesting tentative subdivision map, the density bonus and reduction in development standards per the state density bonus law, the amended phasing plan, the design guidelines manual, the preliminary landscape plan, and the inclusionary housing plan. And then, with the exception of the addendum to the Gardenscape EIR, items 7 through 11 are all approval documents. Embodied in them are the agreements between the county and the developer and the mitigations and the conditions that must be complied with as the project is developed. And so these are the restated development agreement, the inclusionary housing agreement, which is an attachment to the development agreement, and then, as I said, the addendum to the Gardenscape EIR, the modified mitigation monitoring and reporting program, and the modified conditions of approval. So the addendum to the EIR is an analytical tool that evaluates the impacts of the modified project in the context of the Gardenscape project EIR to determine whether there are new significant impacts that need to be mitigated or changed conditions that need to be addressed. So in addition to all of these approvals, the project is seeking an administrative permit to authorize single-family residential uses in the R3 multiple family zoning district, which a portion, like the easternmost portion of the site, lies within that district. Next slide, please. So this slide shows the location of the project. It's about a mile south of the city of Ukiah. It's immediately south of Gobelet Lane on the west side of South State Street. It's a 48.8 acre site that was formerly a vineyard. Next slide. So this slide shows the approved vesting tentative map for the Gardensgate subdivision. And I'm going to just kind of talk you through it from right to left. So this subdivision had two access points to South State Street. One of them was the main access, which would have been at a new roundabout. And then the secondary access came in off of Gobelet Lane. The project also included Tract 261, which is up in the upper left corner. And that's a portion of the project that's actually been, a subdivision map has been recorded for that project a couple of years ago. So that's not in the current project, but the original project had a connecting street that went up through that northwest corner and connected to Oak Knoll Road. That turned out to be very controversial, and the Board of Supervisors conditioned their approval of this vesting tentative map on the elimination of that connector street. In the Gardenscape project, the big parcels along South State Street were not included in the project. I want to also point out the remainder parcel, which is pretty similar in the two projects. But it's at the very western end of the site, and you can see the contour lines. It's a sloped and wooded portion of the site, and no development is proposed to occur on that parcel at this time. The Gardenscape project had two parks within the project, a total of 2.3 acres. One park was 1.4 acres. That was towards the front of the development, and then an interior park was a little under an acre. As I said, it had a total of 197 lots. 123 of those were single-family lots, and 74 were townhome lots. And as I said, this was approved in 2009 and 2010, over a decade ago, and it didn't get built. So this slide provides, actually this slide and the next slide, provide a summary of the requested modifications and show like kind of a comparison of the two projects. And this table was included in your staff report. But as you can see, the acreage of the project and the requested modifications is a little bit higher than the original approval, but that's a result of the property along South State Street is now included in the project, and Tract 261, which I pointed out, is excluded. The number of residential lots is reduced from 197 to 171, and the Bella Vista subdivision proposes that 132 of those 171 lots be single-family lots in what they're calling the traditional neighborhood, and that 39 be lots in a senior neighborhood or that's age-restricted. The average lot size is increased in this project, and circulation is different, as I'll point out when I show you the vested tentative map. Next slide, please. So in terms of parks, the proposed project has 3 parks. One is a neighborhood park at the front of the parcel that's 2 acres in size. One is a linear park that provides access, kind of a walking corridor through the center of the project, which is almost 6/10 of an acre. And then the last park is about a 1/4 acre in size, and it's in the senior neighborhood and referred to as Cottage Park. Both projects have 7 phases. In terms of housing types, the Gardenscape project had a variety of different housing types. In this project, the housing are primarily single-family residences with smaller residences in the senior neighborhood. In terms of inclusionary housing, the Gardenscape project provided 36 for-sale affordable units that were targeted to moderate-income home buyers. And this project proposes to comply with state density bonus law by providing the age-restricted subdivision of more than 35 units, and then for the remaining 132 units in the traditional neighborhood, having 10% of those units be affordable to moderate-income home buyers. So there's a total of 13 affordable units. Both projects requested concessions in the form of reductions in development standards in conformance with state density bonus law. Those concessions are reduced minimum lot sizes, reduced setbacks, double frontage lots, and then some additional ones for for the Bella Vista project included the use of 2 private roads, modifications to fence height standards, and then a density bonus for the senior neighborhood. Next slide, please. So this slide shows the context of the project site with the aerial photo in the background. To the north of the project are residential uses, mostly on half-acre or larger sites. To the east, on the other side of South State Street, are commercial industrial uses. To the south are agricultural, low-density residential, and some institutional uses. And then to the west, there are, again, some very low-density residential uses and undeveloped parcels. You can see the remainder parcel on this slide, and it is, the area that is primarily wooded on the site. And as you can see, track 261 is removed. Next slide, please. So this slide is sheet 4 of the tentative map set, and it shows the lot layout for Bella Vista. As I said, there's 132 single-family lots in the traditional neighborhood, and then what's shown in gray are the 39 lots in the senior neighborhood. Access to the development, the primary access is off of State Street via a roundabout, and there's a 2-lane, or a boulevard that comes in off of there that's divided with a planted median. There's also a secondary access located south of the roundabout that comes in and provides a secondary means of ingress and egress from the subdivision. There are easements throughout the site. There's private storm drain easements, public water easements, and then the other thing I wanted to point out that is, you can see on this slide, is the area that's subject to inundation up by Cleveland Mountain Creek in the northwest corner of the site. Those are the parcels that adjoin that are parcels 121, 122, 123, and 124. And we had some discrepancies, and I just want to thank Commissioner Pollan for catching that between how those parcels are referenced in the conditions of approval and in the mitigation monitoring program. So we will correct the conditions of approval. Let's see. And so the undeveloped parcel, or the parcels along State Street, these there are two parcels. There's at the northeast corner of the site is parcel A, which is about a little over 1.5 acres. And that parcel is not developed now. It has some storm drainage improvements that will be put on it, and it's reserved for potential future use. Parcel B, which is south of the entry road, is almost 2 acres in size, and that is the neighborhood park parcel. It also does double duty with some stormwater detention in the winter. The linear park goes kind of east-west through the development, and I have some other slides that will show it better, but it includes a multi-use trail to provide walking access through the neighborhood, and it also provides some LID storm drainage improvements. Next slide, please. So this is a slide that shows the 39-unit senior neighborhood. It has its own park, which is on common parcel G. And as I said, we refer to it as Cottage Park, and we'll talk more about this when we get to the design guidelines. The hashed areas that are shown on this slide are landscape maintenance easements, which the HOA for the senior neighborhood will take responsibility for maintenance of the common areas and those hatched areas, and then the squares that are on each of the parcels represent where the houses would be located and where privately maintained landscaping would be located. The street, as I said, is a private street. It would have gates at either entry. And this neighborhood would be age restricted, and what that means is that it would be subject to covenants, codes, and restrictions that restrict occupancy to residents who are 55 years of age or older, and it also needs to meet other requirements that are established in Civil Code 51, Section 51.3. Next slide, please. So this slide shows the proposed phasing plan for the modified project. The idea is that it will be built in phases moving from east to west. The first phase includes the improvements to the parks and residential uses and senior uses. As you can see, the second phase has residential uses and the remainder of the senior development, and then it moves west from there. And I'll talk a little more about the phasing conditions later, but the DA does allow for some flexibility in how those phases are drawn, so that like if the developer wanted to develop the senior neighborhood all in one phase, that could be done, or if they wanted to combine phases, they could. But the idea is that they will move in an orderly fashion across the site. Okay, next slide. So this slide shows public improvements that are proposed as part of the subdivision. It only shows half of them. The next slide shows the other half. I want to point out the roundabout on State Street. It actually will have more of an elliptical shape than is shown on this plan. The applicant has worked with the Department of Transportation to ensure that that feature will accommodate the types of vehicles that flow through that intersection. The roundabout is intended to help facilitate the flow of traffic in and out of this subdivision, and also in and out of Plant Road, which is to the east. It also will make for safer pedestrian crossings, which is important because the bus shelter for bus service to this neighborhood is on Plant Road. The DA requires that the roundabout be built prior to the final inspection of the 100th unit, and the developer would be required to construct interim improvements, including a northbound left turn lane into the project. It's possible, the developer has said they may want to build the roundabout up front, in which case there is a condition, and I'm sorry, I'm forgetting whether it's in the DA or in the conditions of approval, that provides if the roundabout is built up front, the developer can wait until the second phase to put in the actual improvements to the park. And that's just part of just trying to distribute costs along with the development. So there is also sidewalk that will be put in for the project along the frontage of State Street. The entry road, which is called Charlie Barra Drive, will have a central landscaped median, and I have some other slides that show that better, but it will be a really pretty entry into the site, and that landscaping would be maintained by the HOA or potentially some other mechanism, but not by the Department of Transportation. The streets with most of the streets within the subdivision will be dedicated as public streets. The public improvement plans also show the park. And here you can kind of see the detention basin in the park. I will say these contours kind of exaggerate it. It's not really like a deep pit there. It has a gentle slope on the west side going into it. And there is a condition that requires that the minimum dimensions at the base of this detention basin be established such that it can function as a playing field when it doesn't have water in it. And the other thing I'll say with the detention basin is and this came up with the Airport Land Use Commission, like it's not going to be a pond in the winter. There will be times when it will have water in it. The water won't be that deep, and the intent is for it just to store water and then it flows out. Let's see. Yeah, let's move on to the next slide, please. Okay, so this slide shows the public improvements on the west side of the subdivision, and you can see that meandering walkway in the linear park. And then I also want to point out at the northwest corner of the subdivision, there's a private street that serves those lots. So that, going off of the bulb there, and I think it's referred to as Country Lane on some of the plans, is a private road that would be maintained by the homeowners association. This lot also shows lots 121, or this slide shows lots 121 through 124 and that area of inundation. And those are the lots that there is a condition that was required in the original approval. It was added into the mitigation monitoring and reporting program kind of late in the game. And it required that those lots be eliminated in order to establish a wider setback from Cleveland Mountain Creek there. And so while those lots are shown on the tentative map, the applicant would like to have the opportunity to relocate them. And we've created a condition that allows for that as long as the layout is provided with the first final map that's recorded, because the final maps will be recorded in phases. And but what I'll say is, it may not be possible to get to all four of those lots in there, but you can see the lots on the western edge of the subdivision are considerably larger than some of the interior lots. And so I would say it's most likely that that's where those lots would get relocated to. Next slide, please. So the tentative map set also shows road and pathway sections for the project. And so you can see here the sections for the standard roads, the private roads, the pathways, the main road, or the Charlie Barra Drive with the landscaped median, and so forth. And so the public streets within the subdivision all have sidewalks on both sides. The private streets have sidewalks on one side. Next slide, please. So the next two slides show the requested waivers of development standards that the applicant is seeking under the state density bonus law. And these were in your staff report as well. This first slide shows the requested waivers in the traditional neighborhood. These, as I said, these are similar to the ones that were approved for the Gardenscape project, and include, the reduction in the minimum lot size, the reduced setbacks, the allowance for double frontage and flag lots, and then also the use of the private road easement, which I just pointed out, and then modified standards for fencing along street frontages. Next slide, please. So this slide shows the requested waiver of development standards for the senior neighborhood. Again, it's a reduction in lot sizes, setbacks, and the use of a private road easement. Next slide. So this slide shows the kind of main features of the landscape plan. What you can see is, the neighborhood park has a perimeter pathway that kind of goes around it. This calls out that the pathway would be made of crushed rock. We have a condition requiring it to be paved, just for maintenance and ADA purposes. This slide shows 3 entry monument signs. There's 2 at the entry at Charlie Barra Way, and then 1 down by the entry to the southern access route. Those would be administratively reviewed by the planning director. You can also see Cottage Park in the senior neighborhood and the linear meandering pathway, or the meandering pathway through the linear park. Next slide, please. So this slide is the landscape planting plan, and it really gives you a sense of like the street system, and the linear park in this neighborhood is going to be heavily treed with a wide variety of trees. They're proposing red maples, Chinese pistache, red buds, ginkgos. In the park, there's native shrubs and grasses. It's an attractive landscape plan. Next slide, please. So this gives a more of a detail for the linear park. There'd be turf in the central area of the basin, or of the detention area. There are seating areas along the linear pathway, and then there's a tot lot that would be provided that's on the west side of the park, in that little circular area that sticks out there, and that would have play equipment for children. Next slide. So this moves on to the design guidelines manual. The manual provides guidelines for the residences that address the types of housing. It calls for the single-family residences would be between 1,200 and 2,200 square feet. They'll all be 3-bedroom, 2-bath homes with 2-car garages, and they'll be 1 and 2 stories in height with a maximum height of 28 feet. The senior cottages are also called out in the design guidelines, and those would be between 900 and 1,400 square feet in size, 2 or 3 bedrooms with 1.5 or 2 baths, and dedicated parking spaces and or garages and the maximum height of the senior cottages would be 22 feet. The design guidelines call out architectural elements and say that the project would be styled or modeled after the craftsman style of architecture, with an emphasis on front porches and features that are, are an effort to really engage with the street. The applicant is proposing, there will be like model homes and master building plans for the different styles of homes, and then modifications to the exterior colors, the stonework, the roofing materials, and landscaping to make each home unique. The exterior surfaces called out in the design guideline include hardy plank, siding, stucco, and stone. These are all fire resistant and durable exterior materials. A color palette that's earth toned with brighter accent colors is proposed. And then the guidelines also address exterior lighting and require that it be dark sky compliant and downcast and shielded. And the guidelines provide examples of what would work and what doesn't work. And the guidelines also address the need for drought-resistant landscaping and provide examples there as well. Next slide, please. So after the residential development standards in the design guide manual, there are design standards for cottage park. Oops, I skipped right over neighborhood park. This slide shows illustrative photos from the design guideline manual. The manual indicates that the park would be ringed with the pedestrian walkway. It would have benches and or boulders for sitting. The center of the park will contain sod. The park does double duty, as I mentioned, as a biofiltration and detention pond to meet low impact development standards. And then active play structures or elements will also be provided. Now we're getting to cottage park. So this is the quarter-acre park in the senior neighborhood. It will have walking paths with bollard lighting, sitting areas with tables, and this will also be where the group mailboxes will be provided. And the intent of this park is really to provide a common area for the residents of that community within a neighborhood to socialize. The main design element of it is a shaded pavilion that will serve really as a common room for the development. The pavilion, this was something that we kind of went through some prolonged negotiations on, but the pavilion will be a minimum of 585 square feet in size, and it will have an outdoor ceiling fan to keep it comfortable in the summer, an electric space heater so that it can be comfortable in the winter. It will have lights. We'll have a countertop with a grill that can be used by the residents and be furnished with outdoor furnishings. And then it will also have partition walls so that it can be enclosed in inclement weather. And then lastly, the design guidelines manual includes guidelines for the linear park, and I didn't include a slide for that because they're pretty straightforward. It's just that the walkway that goes through it. Okay, so moving on to the inclusionary housing plan. So this project, as it's modified, complies with state density bonus law. It has the 39-unit senior citizen housing development. And then 10% of the remaining units would be affordable to moderate income households, so that's 13 units. The senior housing development is exempt from the requirement to provide affordable housing by state density bonus law as it's providing the special needs housing. The inclusionary housing plan addresses the phasing of development of the inclusionary units. The phasing is spelled out in more detail in the inclusionary housing agreement, which is attached to the restated DA. And basically, the inclusionary units are required to be scattered throughout the neighborhood, but they are not required to be located in phase 1 and phase 2. And the rationale behind that is that the developer will be building the senior neighborhood during those phases. So starting in phase 3, the developer is required to construct a minimum of 3 of the affordable units in each phase until phase 6, the balance is due. If the developer chooses to front load the affordable housing units, he can certainly put them in phase 1 and 2. And I guess I want to clarify that, the county has an inclusionary housing ordinance that for projects that are greater than 76 units requires a 25% inclusionary. It establishes a 25% inclusionary requirement. So, which is, I will say, very high. But it also provides an exemption for projects that are consistent with state density bonus law. They are not required to comply with that 25% requirement. And that's the avenue that the developer has chosen to pursue. And I'll talk a little more about the inclusionary housing as we go through this presentation. Actually, I'm going to talk more about it in this next slide. Okay, so this slide talks about the inclusionary housing agreement and some of the requirements that I just mentioned. The inclusionary housing agreement also addresses the marketing of the units, the qualifications of home buyers, kind of what is an affordable purchase price, and it establishes home buyer equity sharing and resale restrictions that will be recorded against those affordable units. And I just wanted to maybe give you just a little bit of background on what is a moderate income household. So in Mendocino County, so income levels are established by the State Department of Housing and Community Development annually by county. And so the last, and they usually come out in April. So we're still using 2022 data. The median income for a 4-person household in Mendocino County was $80,300. And then moderate income is between 80 and 120% of that median income. So a moderate income household would cap out at an earnings of $96,350 based on the 2022 data. And then an affordable purchase price is established based on state law, which requires that no more than 35% of a household's income can be spent on housing-related expenses, which include mortgage, insurance, HOA dues, utilities, so forth. Okay, next slide. So the restated DA, which you'll see, we actually did a red line of that document, which is really hard to read. So what is attached to the resolution is a version with all of the red lines accepted. So the DA, the development agreement, which we call a DA, is an agreement between the county and the developer that vests his right to build the project, and in return, it identifies specific obligations of the developer. And so in this DA, we cleaned up some of the language. We also, the developer requested a extension in the term of, or it provides for actually a new term of 10 years and allows for extensions of that term based on performance. It authorizes a reduction in plan review fees for the master residential building plan, since they're basically the same plans that would be reviewed again and again. It requires the recordation of the public access easement on the neighborhood park, and establishes the HOA's maintenance obligations. The DA also, it allows for the phased submittal of subdivision improvement plans. So the subdivision improvements can move westward in phases as the development progresses. So it addresses the phasing requirements, it addresses the construction of off-site sidewalk improvements, and as I said, the inclusionary housing agreement is, it's probably its most important attachment. So that concludes the description of the project, and next I want to walk through some of the analysis that's presented in your packet. Next slide, please. So the CEQA analysis for this project basically examines the modified project in the context of the Gardens Gate EIR that was certified. And it's looking to, it basically the analysis, which is embedded in the addendum, it seeks to determine if there are substantial changes to the project which would result in new significant environmental effects, and then thus would require major revisions to the EIR, or if there's changes to the circumstances under which the project is undertaken that would result in new significant effects and would require major revisions to the EIR. And lastly, it looks at whether there's new information showing that the project actually has significant effects that were not addressed in the EIR, or that there are mitigation measures different from those that were analyzed in the EIR that would mitigate significant effects, and the proponents declined to adopt them. And so the conclusion of this analysis, which is documented in the addendum, is that the modified project would not result in any new significant environmental effects that are greater than those that were identified in the certified Gardens Gate EIR. The analysis resulted in some updated mitigation measures, and then the biological resources assessment and the consultation with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife resulted in some new mitigation measures being added that the applicant has agreed to implement. And so those are shown in the mitigation monitoring and reporting program. They're discussed in the addendum, but they're also embedded in the mitigation monitoring and reporting program. The next slide, please. So the EIR addendum includes a number of appendices that were technical studies that were prepared in order to provide the analysis in that document. There were biological resource assessments, a wetlands delineation, a tree inventory report. There was an updated drainage report and stormwater control plan, an updated traffic analysis that also addressed vehicle miles traveled, VMT, under SB 743, I think it is. And then there's an updated air quality and greenhouse gas emissions assessment. So the EIR addendum basically goes through all of the topics that are in the environmental checklist that's required under the California Environmental Quality Act for evaluating a project. So it looks at environmental factors, and like all the standard environmental factors, and I'm going to kind of walk you through the analysis briefly. So it looked at geology, seismicity, and soils, and found there's really no changes to the analysis. There's some minor changes to the mitigation measures to eliminate references to Oak Court Road and to update the code references. In terms of hydrology and water quality, it looks at the new drainage report and stormwater control plan, found that there were no new impacts. There's minor updates to a couple of mitigation measures, and part of it, this is, I think, actually we got the lot numbers right, but there's a mitigation measure here that addresses those lots up against Cleveland Mountain Creek, and the lots are correctly noted there. As I mentioned, the removal of those 4 lots up by Cleveland Mountain Creek has both positive benefits for hydrology and water quality, and also the biological resources. So the biological resources analysis is probably the biggest part of the addendum and the analysis that was performed. The biological resource assessment looked at special status species and sensitive natural communities. It also looks at impacts to oak woodland habitat and riparian and wetland habitat. The riparian habitat on the site is entirely protected by the elimination of the 4 lots abutting up to Cleveland Mountain Creek and the recordation of covenants establishing a riparian enhancement area. I also want to note the final EIR noted that the Gardenscape project would eliminate up to 25 oak trees. And this project, I think part of that was related to the extension of the roadway through the riparian area and up through tract 261. But this project, the tree inventory report identified 11 oaks that would be removed. And then there's, per the mitigation measure for the riparian enhancement area, these trees would be required to be replaced at a 3-to-1 ratio. The applicant also agreed to incorporate 2 new mitigation measures into the project that ensure that the required permits from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife and the Army Corps of Engineers are obtained prior to work in the creek channel, because there is a water main that will go across that creek channel to connect to the water main up on Oak Court, I think it is, and to create a looped water system there. And so the mitigation measures about work in the creek channel require that all the permits from the other agencies be obtained and that the work be performed in the dry season. There's also new mitigation measures relating to the protection of western pond turtles, bird nesting habitat, and bat habitat. So let's see, the next section is the cultural resources and tribal cultural resources. We did reach out to the tribes that we did not receive any input from them, and there's really no updates to that from what was provided in the Gardenscape EIR. With regard to transportation, the traffic study actually projects lower traffic volumes than those associated with the Gardenscape project because of the lower density of this project. And also included a VMT analysis in compliance with SB 743. Kind of the one change that came out of the traffic study was a modification to the mitigation measure about the bus stops, because since that EIR was established, a bus stop has been established over on Plant Road across from the project site. And so there is a mitigation measure that requires for a pedestrian walkway to be constructed between the roundabout and the bus stop, and for the applicant to work with MTA to investigate the feasibility of providing a stop for southbound service that's within walking distance of the site. Air quality, updated air quality analysis determined that the impacts would be the same as or lesser than those of the Gardenscape project, primarily due to the reduction in traffic. But the applicant also voluntarily included a number of construction-related best management practices that are incorporated as mitigation measures. The air quality study also looked at GHG, or energy use and GHG emissions, or the, well, first I'll talk about GHG reduction. This project actually has lower GHG impacts than the Gardenscape project because it is an all-electric subdivision. There will be no natural gas used. There's solar power, as required for each, by state law for each residential unit. And, and it will be compliant with all the Title 24 and California Building Code standards, which have improved over the years. And in terms of energy use, it's just a more energy efficient project than what was previously proposed because the standards have increased, so there's no changes there. Noise, no changes to the impacts that were addressed in the Gardenscape EIR. Next slide. Aesthetics, light and glare, no changes. Utilities and service systems, no changes, but we did obtain comments and input from Willow County Water District that the applicant provided a water supply funded a water supply verification study that the district had prepared to confirm that Willow has adequate water to serve the development, and Willow, their board, did provide a will serve letter for this project. And then the Ukiah Valley Sanitation District also provided a capacity to serve letter. Public services, no issues. With recreation, there is a modification to one of the mitigations that addresses the neighborhood park and the contours of the detention basin needing to be reworked to establish suitable terrain for a multi-purpose playing field, and it establishes minimum dimensions for that. Hazards and hazardous materials, no changes. Wildfire was not actually one of the categories addressed in the Gardenscape EIR. It is addressed in the addendum. The project, the development area is not within a high fire hazard zone. It is served by the Ukiah Valley Fire District, and the applicants are proposing fire-resistant exterior materials. There's good egress, two forms of egress from the site should evacuation be necessary. And lastly, land use and planning. No new issues there. The conversion of prime farmland was really the big issue with this project in the Gardenscape EIR. That decision, that ship sailed. That decision was made. The property was rezoned. It was development on it was permitted with a statement of overriding considerations. Next slide, please. Okay, so in your staff report, there's an analysis of the project's consistency with plans and policies, including the Ukiah Valley Area Plan, the county general plan, specifically the housing element, the county's zoning code, the Ukiah Municipal Airport Land Use Compatibility Plan, and the County Division of Land Regulations. So I'm going to start with the Ukiah Valley Area Plan. There are a number of policies in the area plan that this project complies with, including providing housing, integrating pedestrian access into residential neighborhoods, ensuring effective delivery of public water service, integrating stormwater management practices that include the low impact development standards into new development, promoting fire safety, the oak preservation and mitigation, and parkland dedications. Next slide. In terms of the general plan housing element, this project goes a long ways towards helping to implement the county's housing goals. It would provide for safe and healthy housing for residents of a variety of income levels. It has a range of housing types to meet different housing needs. It includes the senior neighborhood that addresses the needs of that special population, and it includes the affordable units. Next slide, please. This slide shows the zoning for the site, and really the biggest issue from the zoning is the fact that some of the housing units are located in that R3 zoning area, and they're single-family homes. And so the R3 zoning actually permits single-family residences in the R3 multiple family district with an administrative permit. And so there needs to be a finding that the property has development constraints that make the multiple family development on the parcel not feasible. And in this case, so let me just say, first of all, the development that's within the R3 zone is mostly the park. But there are a few lots in the senior neighborhood, and I think one lot in the northeast corner of the site that fall within that zone. And so our recommendation is that the administrative permit be granted, and this is based on the fact that that R3 zone, all of the land in it is actually within the flight zone of the Ukiah Valley Airport. So it's better actually to have a lower density of housing in that area. And if we go to the next slide, this slide actually shows the Ukiah Airport, Municipal Airport Land Use Comprehensive Plan designations, and you can see it's got the site over it, but so I guess actually those, you can see the zone 3, which is the kind of yellowish green, is the airport. What is it? Can you read it up here? It doesn't. It's. I don't know what they're calling it. It's not on the legend, but it's an airport zone that's not the traffic pattern. It's not the approach zone, but it's kind of the in between there. I will say the Airport Land Use Commission, and Chair Wiedemann sits on that commission, they reviewed this project in December, and they approved it. They made a determination that it is consistent with the Ukiah Airport Land Use Plan, and they also noted that the properties that are within the Zone 3 and Zone 2 will be required to dedicate avigation easements. So the deeds for all those properties will need to note that, you know, they're within those two zones, which are considered the airspace critical protection zone. And so that condition is reflected in the project conditions. Next slide, 3. So, please. So this is the Division of Land Regulations. There is a really detailed discussion of the project's compliance with these requirements in your staff report. And what you'll find is that a lot of the requirements that are established in the county subdivision ordinance, that this is where the applicant has requested exceptions from the development standards under state density bonus law. So for lot and block design and configuration, the applicant is requesting an exception to the 6,000 square foot minimum lot size requirements. He's requesting some double frontage lots. And also in the senior neighborhood, a number of the lots have rear frontages on public streets. We've included conditions that deal, while recommending that these exceptions be granted, we've included some conditions that address them. One of them is to prohibit driveways onto Charlie Barra Drive, onto the segment that's has the landscaped median, and to establish for fencing along property street frontages to require that fencing to be set back, and to establish landscaping between the back of the sidewalk and the fencing, just to create a more welcoming pedestrian realm. There are flag lots, which there are 3 flag lots that are proposed, and we're recommending that those be approved. They don't meet some of the lots don't meet the lot width requirement of 60 feet. And we're recommending under state density bonus law that be approved. In terms of site access and circulation, there are 2 private roads that are proposed, and this is the section where the Department of Transportation provided a lot of input and some updated conditions that are included in the conditions. So the Planning Commission actually has the authority to approve private roads in subdivisions when they determine that the roads will adequately serve the residential uses. And in this case, our recommendation is that the 2 private streets would adequately serve the development, and there will be an HOA established to ensure their ongoing maintenance. There is also a list of street names in the staff report, and those street names are based on local history and in line with the Italian name of the subdivision. We have a condition that's recommended that addresses street names that basically requires that a street naming plan be approved by the county's address coordinator at the outset when the first final map is recorded. Water supply and distribution systems, as I noted, the project would be served by the Willow County Water System, and Willow did provide a will serve letter. There is a condition that's carried forward from the prior approvals requiring the applicant to contribute to the development of a water tank. And my understanding is that the tank has been constructed, so it's really just to reimburse costs there. The sanitary sewer system will be constructed by the developer and then dedicated to the Ukiah Valley Sanitation District, who would own and operate the system. And they have provided a will serve letter as well, and there are conditions requiring establishing requirements for the construction and dedication of those improvements. Utilities and utility easements. So all of the utilities would be undergrounded in this neighborhood. As I said, they are not proposing natural gas. And there are conditions addressing that as well. Drainage and water courses. There is a new stormwater system that was designed to address stormwater needs of this project. I've mentioned, the detention basin in the neighborhood park. There's also a small detention basin on parcel A. There's LID improvements kind of throughout. There's a storm drain easement along the northern boundary. So the conditions are established requiring, minimum culvert sizes and so forth. And those would all be reviewed and approved by the Department of Transportation with the submittal of subdivision improvement plans. And additionally, with regard to stormwater management, we have those conditions relating to the removal of the 4 lots along Cleveland Mountain Creek and the establishment of the riparian corridor there. In terms of walkways, the project includes the 5-foot sidewalks along the South State Street frontage, sidewalks throughout the development on both sides of the street, of the public streets, and on one side of the private streets within the senior neighborhood. The walkways in the park and the linear park, as I've said, we've added a condition requiring that those be a minimum of 7 feet in width and that they be surfaced with a hard surfacing, both to minimize maintenance requirements and to address ADA needs. In terms of parks and open space, I've talked through the plans for the park. There is a requirement that the developer record a publicly accessible private open space agreement with the county that basically ensures that the neighborhood park will be available to everyone in the community, not just the neighborhood, but that it also will be maintained by this development and through the HOA. And that brings me down to the HOA. So there is in the development agreement, and maybe in the conditions of approval too, some flexibility for the developer to create some other funding mechanism for oversight and for to take over the HOA obligations. And it really, and I think they've included it, and maybe they will speak to this because they want to have the flexibility to create an assessment district or some other type of mechanism rather than an HOA that's funded by residents based on monthly HOA dues. It could be through some kind of taxes or assessments. The counties, the way everything is worded is an HOA shall be required unless the county approves another mechanism. So it's really incumbent upon the developer to demonstrate that another mechanism will be as effective in addressing the obligations that are assigned to the HOA, which is to maintain all of the common open space the parks, the private roads, the common driveways, the streetscape parkways and landscaping, the drainage easements, and that riparian enhancement area along the creek. So lastly, I just want to mention that, prior to recordation of the final map, the applicant will be required to submit a set of covenants, conditions, and restrictions for review and approval of county council and the planning director. And those CCNRs would address ongoing maintenance obligations for all of those improvements that I just mentioned. All right, next slide. So, and I promise you, this is almost my last slide here. So recommended conditions of approval. We kept all of the applicable conditions of approval, and then added some and made modifications to some of them. But they are completely reorganized because I thought it would be more helpful in terms of the ongoing implementation of this project to have the general conditions and then conditions that relate to the subsequent final maps. So each time the developer comes in for a final map, staff can go and look at those conditions and make sure that it addresses them. And then we have all the conditions that relate to the subdivision improvements, and then conditions relating to the issuance of grading and building permits. And this is actually the slide where I wanted to note that we will fix conditions 14 and 15 that refer to lots 125 instead of 121. So we'll make that correction should you adopt the resolution. We would make that correction in it. And my last slide is that staff's recommendation is that this project, or that the Planning Commission recommend to the Board of Supervisors approval of this project. And so we've prepared a resolution that has a lot of attachments to it. And the resolution recommends that the Board of Supervisors adopt an addendum to the Gardenscape final EIR, approve an amended mitigation monitoring and reporting program, approve an amended vesting tentative map with conditions, approve the density bonus and reductions in development standards per state density bonus law, approve modified design guidelines and the preliminary landscape plan, site plan, and planting plan, approve an administrative permit, approve the inclusionary housing plan, and adopt a restated development agreement for the Bella Vista subdivision, which includes both the modified phasing plan and the inclusionary housing agreement. So there's a lot packed in there. And that concludes my presentation. So if you have any questions, clarifying questions, we'd be happy to field them.
And if I may just add on, what was part of your packet today was a memorandum from staff as well with just some recommended minor clarifications within the attachment 8 exhibit D of the resolution, which is the inclusionary housing agreement, which just are minor clarifications to that agreement. And then I just want to note for the record that that zone 3 for the airport zone, that's the inner turning zone. And that concludes our comments. Thank you.
Well, thank you for your presentation. It was quite thorough. And now we're going to open it up to questions from the commissioners to staff. And what I'm going to do is kind of break it up because it's such a huge package. I'm going to just call on each of the commissioners, including myself, and we'll break it up into about 5 categories. The first one would be the EIR addendum, if there's any comments or questions. The second one would be the vesting tentative map and public and private improvements. The phase plans and incentives under the state's density bonus law. That would be a second category. A third category would be design guidelines, landscape, site plan, planting plan, if there's any questions or feedback. And two other ones would be conditions of approval and restated inclusionary housing plan and the DA. So with that, I'm going to call on Commissioner Pollan, if you have any response to, let's start with the environmental. If you had any questions or thoughts?
I don't think I have anything on the EIR addendum right now. Thank you.
Commissioner Parnell?
I did have a couple of questions on the EIR. There's a lot to go through on this, and multiple documents that cross-referenced each other. And in the process of going through that, I noted that in the EIR addendum Appendix C, which is part of the biological assessment, it's page 58 in Appendix C, it states that with the 11 native oaks to be removed, that it would require a replacement ratio of 8:1, generating an 88 mitigation replacement planting. But then in the other mitigation documents, it mentions a 3:1 ratio. So I'm wondering if you could comment on that, and just so that we can have clarification on that.
Thank you, Commissioner Purnell. So I think it's just a discrepancy between the two, and that what I would recommend is that in the mitigation measure that we add the 8:1 ratio, if that's what the actual biological resource assessment requested or recommended.
Okay, and I would be fine with that, and the truth is that those ratios tend to be higher because most of the oaks don't survive. And so I don't think it's going to be an issue of not enough space, especially if they're planted in that riparian area. I think there probably would be enough space for the 8:1.
I believe the staff report actually suggests that they could be planted in the riparian area or within the park or the linear park area. So the idea is to have them planted in the common areas, but there's certainly a lot of space on the site for the replanting of oaks.
Okay, great. And then the second one is that in CDFW's letter, even though they made some recommendations on mitigation measures, there were also multiple comments about discrepancies and inadequacies that made it very difficult for them to review the EIR. And I was just curious if that difficulty that they were having in reviewing it was resolved through consultation.
I believe it was. And what I will say is their letter was responding to earlier drafts of the documents, and then the applicant just basically jumped ship and brought in a new consultant who was hired to address the issues, and so that were raised by CDFW in the plans. Okay. So the Galloway reports actually do address those.
That's the way it seemed
issues.
to me. I just wanted to be clear. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Wiedemann, I don't have anything to add to the EIR. I also had the question on the oaks and thought that was a better ratio too, 8:1. Let's move to then the vesting tentative map and the public and private improvements, the phasing plans, incentive, concessions under state density bonus laws. Let's open that up. And Commissioner Pollan?
Thank you, Commissioner Wiedemann. So I noted in your staff report and in the presentation today that there are some provisions made for phasing of the roundabout and of the park. Can you clarify again what those, when those different pieces of the project could take place and what requirements are in the conditions about when they must take place?
I can, and I'm just going to pull out the restated DA to make sure that I get it right.
Thank you.
So as I said, the original DA required the roundabout to be developed prior to issuance of or prior to the final inspection of the 100th residential unit. And that requirement carries forward. However, the developer has expressed an interest in constructing the roundabout at the front end of the project rather than doing the interim improvements and then constructing a roundabout later. And so, but what they requested, because that is a upfront considerable capital cost, was that the park improvements be allowed to trail, and instead of happening in the first phase that they, and I think I said in my presentation second, and what I want to look at is I think it actually might be phase 3 that the park improvements are required. Do you remember that? Yeah, it is phase 3. Okay, so.
So that if the roundabout goes in phase 1, then the park improvements wouldn't happen at the latest in phase 3.
Exactly.
Okay. In terms of the park improvements, the park serving the dual function of both a public gathering place but also a stormwater retention facility, would, if that roundabout happened in phase 1, is there an interim plan for how to deal with stormwater before that park is completed?
Yeah, the stormwater improvements will go in phase 1, no matter what. And honestly, like, they would need to, for erosion control and stormwater purposes, the turf would need to go in as well. It's really just the walkways, the seating, the play equipment, and so forth that would be deferred.
Okay, thank you. I don't know if this makes sense in this section or not, but also in terms of the phasing, there's the requirement that at least 3 units of affordable housing go in during each phase up until, I think, phase 6, when that would be completed. But you mentioned this morning that there is an allowance that the affordable housing units could be constructed earlier if the developer so desires. I also noted in the staff report that there was a condition of some sort that those units wouldn't all be clustered together, they'd be scattered throughout. And if there was a permission of those going in earlier, are there conditions in place that would make sure, again, that those units are distributed throughout the development, not clustered together?
Absolutely, that requirement would prevail. So the intent is for the affordable units to be scattered throughout the neighborhood and to have the same appearance as the market rate units.
Okay, great. Again, this question, I'm not sure if this is the right section for it or not, but again, we're talking about phasing and the development of sort of public infrastructure. Are bathrooms or restrooms contemplated in any of the park facilities that currently?
They are not.
Okay. Again, this is sort of a phasing question as it relates potentially to future development that could be generated as a result of this one. I note that in the tentative map, there is a spur of a road between, I believe, lots 52 and 53 that extends to the southern boundary of the property. And my question on that is, why does that exist? Is it contemplated that an additional subdivision could take place south of here and would utilize a connection to this?
I believe that is the case, but that is probably a question that is better responded to by the project applicant or his engineer.
Okay, great. You made reference to a pedestrian crossing on State Street. I imagine it must be north of this proposed roundabout so that there's access to Plant Road. And I noted in the staff report there there was some discussion about the county would have to make sure that they could build sidewalk to make a connection to that area, and that if they were unable to do so, there'd be some other mitigation measures in place. But I'm just curious where that process is in discussion of how pedestrian access is going to be granted to make it safe and easily accessible across State Street over to that bus terminal.
Yeah, so that conversation actually progressed quite a bit about a year ago when the developer submitted updated plans for the roundabout that had been engineered and were responsive to comments that the Director of Transportation had provided. And I don't know that that dialogue has really continued much since. I would imagine that, you know, one of the, and again, the developer may be able to speak to this, but they, you know, if they choose to build the roundabout up front, they're going to need to get all of that sorted out, you know, before they file for the first final map and the subdivision improvement plans.
Okay, thank you. I think that's all I have on phasing for right now. Oh, I guess one other final question on phasing. So I imagine that the phasing of the construction of the roads and the utilities that go below them would proceed with each phase. Is that how it's envisioned?
Yeah, though the Department of Transportation has required, and I think it's embedded in the conditions, that there be thought given to kind of the upstream flows, so that, you know, they need to make sure that everything is sized appropriately for the entire development.
Okay. And pardon me if I'm not totally understanding. I'm curious why there are some roads that will be vested to the county. I mean, Charlie Barr Road and most of the roads in there will become part of the county road system, but the Country Lane, I believe is the name of it, will remain a private road. And what's the rationale between having private and public roads within the same subdivision?
Again, that's a question that the developer could speak to, but what I will say is that that Country Lane does not meet the county's standards for acceptance into the public road system. It does have, you know, meets minimum widths for private roads. It has an adequate turnaround, or a requirement for an adequate turnaround for fire vehicles. But, you know, I would guess that that's why they have requested that road not be in the public system.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Parnell?
Okay, so we have before us a 171 unit subdivision proposal, but with the fate of 4 lots undetermined. So am I understanding it correctly that it's possible that unless those are relocated, that this is actually 167 units?
Potentially.
Potentially, okay, great. And then that relocation is to be determined at a later date.
Yeah, it will need to be determined before the filing of the first final map
Okay.
for the subdivision.
And that's a lead into my next question, is what does that process look like? Because there's the filing of the map, but then is there going to be review by staff prior to that filing?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, great.
And Commissioner Purnell, if I could just ask you to speak a little closer to the mic, just so we can make sure you're being picked up on Zoom. Thank
Okay.
you.
I also had a question about the off-site improvements, making sure that there was connectivity to the bus shelter. And I really don't want to belabor that fact, so I'm going to actually ask staff if you are satisfied with knowing that some connection will be made one way or another.
Yes.
Okay, great. That's good enough for me at this time. Let me just make sure. I don't have anything else. So on that private road on Country Lane, and I do have some questions for the applicant on that, is a CAL FIRE turnaround required at the end of that?
Absolutely.
I didn't really see that on the map, but I guess I'll save that for.
Yeah, I think it's in a condition.
It-
So
I
it's
saw
not-
it in a condition, but
Yeah.
I didn't see it noted on a map, so I'll just ask the developer about that. Okay, and I think, yes, that's it.
Commissioner Weedman, may I ask a follow-up question to something Commissioner
Yes,
Bernal-
you can.
If the number of lots in this subdivision is ultimately reduced below 170, would that change the number of affordable housing units that are required to be constructed as a result of this?
My understanding of the drafting of the restated DA, which is where that obligation resides, is that the developer will be required to provide 13 units.
Is it 13 units and not 10% of the units that are subtracted from the total number minus the senior housing units?
Yes, but we're going back just to double check that it's not an either or.
Okay, yeah, I'd feel more comfortable with just a clear numerical value.
Right, and I think that's why we drafted it throughout with even though the intent is 10%, but and it may be, let me just do the math here real quick because
Well, it depends on how we're rounding, I suppose.
because we rounded down to get 13 units.
Yes,
So
exactly,
we may
and-
end up having to round up, but I think it would still be within that.
132.
Well, I just want to make sure that if it's 132 and then you take away 4 and you're at 128, that it doesn't,
Right.
that it would stay at
It would
13
be
as opposed to going to 12.
12.8, yeah,
Right.
that would still be 13.
Okay.
I mean, if we round down 0.2%, I think we would round up to.
Okay, great.
And I will just note in the inclusionary housing agreement, it says 10% and then in parentheses 13 units, so that is clarified in there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Wiedemann on some follow-up questions. So I also had some questions about this private road. Is this private road, maybe I have to wait to the applicant. Is it planned to be a gated private road?
Not, so Country Road, the road at the northwest end is not gated.
No, and it's not going to be a gated road.
No.
Okay.
That has not been proposed. There are, however, gates to the access to the senior community.
And on the double frontage lots, it appears those are at the beginning off of Road A. And Road A, on either side of Road A, I guess, because you have the Gobelet Lane, and then you have Road A, and then you have Charlie Barra. So is that area the double loaded? Is there?
Those are, you've nailed it.
Yeah.
That's where the
Okay,
double frontage
I just
lots are.
wanted to make sure of that. And then this has always been kind of it stood out to me. These lots on the northwest corner that we're removing because of the water, the water area and do we have anything defining what's happening there in this plan once we remove them? Is it going to be open space? Is it going to be protected space? I haven't really seen a description on how we're dealing with that area of this subdivision. If it's a requested removal and then a requested, we're going to infill a few parcels if we can fit them in someplace else. I understand that, but am I missing how that's going to be defined and protected?
Yeah, so really good question. There are specific requirements for a riparian enhancement easement or area to be established with an easement recorded over it in that area. It is required to be maintained by the homeowners association. So basically there is a maintenance obligation as well, but it is not required to be accessible, and it could be privately held, and may very well be. And so again, the developer may wish to speak to that, but the conditions are really intended for protection of resources and do not address access.
All right, thank you. And I counted there were 4 flag lots that I could see, and I don't mean to be specific, but am I
You
wrong
might.
on that?
You might be right.
Okay, and, okay, that just, information for myself. And now, that's it. That covers my questions for right now on this area of feedback. I'm going to now move to ask my fellow commissioners on if they have any questions regarding the landscape design, planting plan, design guidelines. Commissioner Parnell.
Nothing from me.
I have some questions about the planting list, but I think they're probably better directed to the applicant than staff.
I had nothing at this time. And therefore, we'll move to let's talk about if there's any questions or concerns about the conditions of approval, and let's tie in the inclusionary housing policy into that too. Commissioner Parnell.
I did have a question about the inclusionary housing, in particular the equity sharing program. I would just like more information from staff on the equity sharing program. It's my understanding that at the time that owners choose to sell those moderate income units, that a portion of that will be calculated to go back to the county. Do I have that right? And I'm just curious about what fund that is, who manages that fund, and how the expenditure of those funds are governed.
That's a great question. So that would be money, you're correct, that would come back to the county. And what we will actually be looking to do, it's put into a fund and it would need to be utilized for essentially a similar type of housing development going forward. So what the county will be doing, and this is, we have at least one other subdivision that's sort of in a similar boat as this, we will likely be looking to do an RFP and solicit proposals for finding a group to help to administer that fund. To ensure that we're supporting affordable housing within the community going forward, or I believe our other fund has some different requirements as well associated with it, but that's essentially how it would be working going forward.
Is this a new fund?
From this specific project would be a new fund. There was another project within our county that also had an equity sharing provision. There has been, I think, a small amount of money that's come back from that equity sharing agreement, but so essentially, yes, these are some newer funds coming in for affordable housing at this time, and that's why the county would be looking to hire a firm to assist us in administering those.
Okay, so that would be contracted out, and then will that be overseen by planning and building?
Yes, it would.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Commissioner Pollan.
Yeah, I had a similar question about that equity fund, and again, I don't know how far into the weeds we want to get on this one, but I mean, in reality, those homes are only affordable for that initial purchaser. And I'm curious if the county has explored other mechanisms like community land trusts or anything that would maintain that housing stock as affordable in perpetuity, because it seems like this is an ongoing issue and it's not just going to be solved through this one situation.
Thank you for that question. As you are aware, we're doing our update to our inland zoning code, and one of those chapters includes our inclusionary housing ordinance. So we're hoping to look at some additional, more creative approaches for developing affordable housing within our community, as well as looking at that percentage that Linda had mentioned, that 25%, which is actually extremely high for what you see in most other jurisdictions, to try to bring our inclusionary housing ordinance a little bit more in line with how other communities, and hopefully attract folks to come to our county and build affordable housing.
Great, thank you. And then this might be for Deputy County Counsel, or it could be for the staff, but looking at the updated inclusionary housing, this is Exhibit D, the inclusionary housing agreement that was sent out to us yesterday with some red line and modification. A couple questions. One is there had been an insurance requirement for the developer that had been a part of what looked like the original agreement that has been stricken from this one, and I'm curious why it was in there originally and why it's been removed now.
And if I may, I would like to ask our consult counsel that is available online, Bill Abbott, if he could respond to that insurance requirement.
Well, I can't explain the how that document originated with in the first agreement, since I was not around for that. And actually, to specifically respond, I think if we could put that language up on the screen, I think that'd be helpful, so that we're all looking at the same paragraph.
I will do that right now.
Are you seeing that, Mr. Abbott?
I am. I believe the insurance language is covered by other paragraphs, and Matt may need to help me, or Linda may need to help me. I mean, we went through this document extensively in the last week.
Okay, I think I can speak to this because this was actually a very recent change, as you know. And it came at the request of the developer, who was like, why are you requiring us to provide this insurance on property that we know, that we own? And we looked at it, and the advice from council was that the county's interests are protected by the insurance obligations in the DA itself, and that this document itself, that this was like duplicative and unnecessary, and so it was removed.
Okay, thank you. One other question on this same document, so if you wanted to keep it up, this is in terms of the remedies that are available to the county should there be a breach by the developer to fail to provide these units. I imagine that's what the breach is referring to in this case. And that it says that, the county, I'm looking here at the top of page 7 of this draft that went out, that the county could withhold conditions of permitting, and then in subsection 2 that they could ask for civil declaratory relief or an injunction or other equitable relief. Was there ever any contemplation of requiring sort of specific performance by the developer if they failed to provide this additional affordable housing as dictated by the inclusionary housing?
I believe there are performance obligations in the IHA. Let me pull my copy of it up.
I think that would be covered under paragraph 2. The county would have the legal authority to file an action. I mean, specific performance is a judicially enforced obligation. It's not something that the county can do unilaterally. I mean, this is a fairly broad, cumulatively, if you look at these provisions, it's a very broad spectrum of remedies that typically a city or a county could look to. So I'm comfortable with the range, and I think specific performance is covered by paragraph 2.
Okay, thank you very much.
And if I may, Chair Wiedemann, I just want to be cognizant of the time. It is 11:58. So we may want to be thinking about doing a wrap-up for an adjournment for lunch, and then reconvening at 1:30.
Okay, thank you for that. I think we probably should take a break and return, but we're not going to return here, are we?
No, we will be returning in Conference Room C at 1:30. So the lunch break will be from now noon until 1:30. And Conference Room C, for the benefit of the public, is directly across the courtyard here. And if you turn, and you'll see that Conference Room C will be right there. We'll have signs on the door here, as well as staff available to point you in the right direction.
I have a question. Do we need an hour and a half since this is a long project in the sense of paperwork, and we haven't even heard yet from the applicant? And one of our commissioner is going to need to head back by 3:30 because of the conditions in her neighborhood.
I'm looking, sorry, just to staff to make sure I can confirm that we could reconvene at 1 p.m. if that is the desire of the commission, and we will make sure we have staff available to assist with that.
All right. With that, I move that we.
Pardon, Chair Wiedemann, council has
Oh,
a
yes,
comment.
sorry.
So I believe that we're looking forward to adjourn this meeting and reconvene at 1 o'clock in Conference Room C.
Okay. I make a motion that we adjourn this meeting and reconvene in room C at 1 o'clock.
All right, thank you. We will see you there in an hour.
Thank you. I think you can hear me. And Planning Commission of Mendocino County is coming to order on 105, and we're revisiting the case number S 2020-20-0001/AP 2022-0034. And we left off with our next presentation will be by the applicant. So please state your name and
Hi, good afternoon. Is this on? Jake Marley with the applicant team. Just like to thank staff and our consultants on getting us here today. It's quite surreal to see 3 years summed up in about an hour and 20 minutes of work. But it's all in there. A lot of phone calls and a lot of emails with not just staff, but with our consultants, our traffic and roundabout, and everyone that's provided some information to get here. So thank you to Linda and Julia on a wonderful packet that's really taken a very large project and put it into a concise, bite-sized way to digest it. Just a couple notes. I really don't have presentations because Linda really nailed everything appropriately. Just one note, there was a map shown that the green space on the north side of Charlie Barra, right there along South State Street, it showed it as a detention pond. That is all now in the neighborhood park. So that's just an area that we're calling open space or reserved for something else. We don't have an idea to utilize it yet. We've talked about it being more park. So if that ends up, it might be another acre of park area. I jotted down as many of the questions I heard from you guys, so I'll just kind of hope to attack them and mention them, and if something comes up, please just let me know. The connection to the south internally, that mirrors the previous legacy project. The property to the south is majority zoned SR, suburban residential, through the UVAP area. The parcels along the front, I believe, are MU3 or MX3. It's some sort of mixed use stuff. That's just the stuff along South State Street. Pedestrian access is planned through the project through the north side of the roundabout with a pedestrian island, they call it, and then connecting again down to Plant Road to the bus shelter. In the schematics that we have done with our roundabout consultant, it does look like a sidewalk can be put in there without additional right-of-way needs. And we would put all that in at one time. There's no reason to remobilize for 100 feet of sidewalk. It just makes sense to do it with the roundabout. Ped access, yeah, okay. Yes, there's a hammerhead. It's actually condition number 42, so there's a hammerhead at the end of the what's called Country Lane. Any roadways that's not built to MDOT standards would have to be private, so that one's not that way, so that's why that one's private. The 100-foot setback along Cleveland Mountain Creek, we recognize that kind of whole back area of the project kind of needs to be massaged. That 100-foot setback will have a deed restriction. It might end up in someone's backyard with like an open fence, not like a wooden dog-ear type fence, but that's kind of where it sits right now. We're not quite sure how to incorporate it into it because it's supposed to be maintained and planted and assure survivability up to so many years. So there's some kind of moving parts on that, but there will be a deed restriction and the setback will be there. All the landscape plans that you saw in the draft plans were developed by a landscape architect using Mendocino County's list. And my only clarification that I'd like is just to know if it's an 8-to-1 or a 3-to-1. Right now, the only condition I should see is actually a mitigation measure, that it's a 3-to-1, 3.31B1. 88 trees is kind of significant, but at the same time, we acknowledge we need to massage that area. With the creek crossing, we're looking at doing directional boring, so we're probably going to even reduce the number of trees that come out. But it's still, an 8-to-1 is really significant, so if there's an in lieu fee or another way to not overplant an area, just a way to provide flexibility, and just want to reserve the ability to come back up and rebuttal at the end. So if you have any other questions.
Is there anybody else speaking
Not
as
at
for
this
the
time.
applicant?
Okay.
I'm going to ask my commissioners. Commissioner Pollan, do you have any questions for the applicant?
I do. Thank you, Commissioner Wiedemann, and thank you for all of those clarifying comments. It is very helpful. Just quickly on the tree mitigation front, I wonder, has it been contemplated as part of the overall landscaping plan to utilize native oaks or any native trees to
You know,
accomplish
it's-
that offset?
No,
through that?
I usually just let the landscape architect kind of run with it. What you have when you're dealing with these like urban and native trees is that you get a lot of native trees that don't do well in urban environments. You're changing temperatures, you're introducing them to chemical runoff from a leaky car. So not every native tree does well with a sidewalk next to them. I am open to planting some in areas that are appropriate to do that, but at the same time, you know, those open areas are probably going to have sod and sprinkler systems, so it's a balance on how and where, I guess.
Okay.
But I'm not opposed, I guess.
Okay, great. And again, this is a minor detail, but I'm looking at the vegetation plan, and you've listed redbud as a species that's going to be planted along the meandering path. But I note that the redbud that you have listed in here is not the native redbud; it's an eastern redbud species. And I don't know if you want to.
Again, as a landscape architect, I put that together using the Mendocino County's list.
Right.
So if the list needs new species on it, I'm happy to entertain it. And going back to my previous comment about not all natives do well in kind of the urban environment, so.
Understood. But it just seems like when and where it's possible to mitigate the offset and to utilize native plants would be great to
absolutely.
incorporate that. Here's a question for you. Ms. Roofing mentioned that the developer had requested that there be some potential flexibility for a mechanism other than a homeowners association that would be
Right.
responsible. Can you expand on that a little bit? I'm curious what that looks like and how that would operate, because
Sure. So there's lighting and assessment districts and other ways or vehicles to collect money and funds and then manage whatever they're assigned to manage. When I was a planner in the city of Chico, every subdivision came with a lighting and assessment district to manage the improvements and cost of those units coming online. So it's pretty routine in cities I've dealt with. In this case, we want to look at the lighting and assessment district. Not just because we believe it's beneficial and gets the job done, but it's a significant cost difference. We got quotes on, just ballpark quotes on an HOA for the traditional portion of the project, about $250 to $300 a month, where our lighting and assessment district is anywhere between $33 to $41, and it results in the same maintenance and upkeep of what they're assigned to do.
what accounts for the cost difference there?
It's a lot. When you're dealing with HOAs, you're dealing with the Department of Real Estate, and they have a significant reserve built into the cost. So if you have to replace something, you have to not just maintain it now, but you have to project its cost and replacement within X number of years. You can always massage and change those numbers once the board is in place and all those things, but it's a lot easier just to put, $50 on everyone's tax roll and call it what it is.
And do you think that $30 to $50 a month would be sufficient for maintenance of both? Because I noted throughout there's a number of issues that the HOA would be responsible for maintenance.
Yeah, so there's kind of two competing developments, because we have the senior area. The senior area is we've always looked at it with an HOA, because the idea there is that the seniors don't have to maintain anything besides their house. So we're going to double look at and see if the lighting assessment district is appropriate for that. But the senior area has more intensive construction. They have the common area and the amenities within it. So it might be a little more appropriate to have the HOA there because of the reserve and things of that nature. The lighting assessment district will be for the balance of the site. And they, from what I understand with the attorneys that know and put these things together, they can co-mingle and co-be together. You can have one group paying for one thing and another paying for this, and then the seniors only pay for a fraction of what's balanced. If we're talking about the lighting assessment district for the entirety of the subdivision, I believe we have answers for everything, lights, streets, and whatnot, except parks, I think is what's would maintain in that. So you'll be your neighborhood park, your linear park, not your cottage park, because that would be with the seniors.
So you're saying that you're still trying to ascertain what the right mechanism would be for the maintenance of that park?
Yeah, it's a unique situation because the previous EIR said that, you know, that project is going to have an impact and it needs to provide a park for the public. So how do you provide a park for the public that is maintained and owned by an HOA or association? And then how do you know, ensure that that park's not vandalized or overused? So it's a delicate balance, and we think that with the lighting assessment district and an easement back to the county, that the park can both be maintained and used by the public. Maintained by the lighting assessment district, maintained and used by the public.
Great, thank you. Another question on the far western edge of the project, in the hillside area there. It was stated that was going to be reserved. Are there going to be any deed restrictions placed on that so that no future development happens there, or how is that going to be treated?
Yeah, so that zone, that's RR5 and it's 13 acres, so at best it's 2 homes. It's another reason why Country Lane goes that way. We need access to that. We have no idea what to do there. It's wooded, it's hilly. We've only looked at the lion's share of this site and get that through the system, so nothing right now.
Okay. There were a few concerns that were raised in public comment by some of the neighboring parcels. I'd just like to see if you would address. I think it's Gobelay Lane is
Yes.
To the north there. Some residents on there had questions about whether or not that road would be utilized at all during the construction of this project. Do you know if that?
Gobelay Lane is actually ours. It's part of the property that we own. I don't anticipate Gobelay Lane being more utilized than it is now, except for a truck or two coming onto Gobelay to access our site. But once the project starts to roll, we're getting away from Gobelay Lane. I don't anticipate heavy equipment using Gobelay Lane. They're going to be coming off South State Street and moving dirt that way. So I could see maybe like a contractor parking there, or some workers parking their cars coming off Gobelay. But again, it's probably temporary and only as the project rolls away from Gobelay. The other comment on there, I've already told staff I'm completely fine with some condition about softening the fence.
Mm-hmm.
No problem. I believe we talked about it at another time. No problem there. I just don't want any type of creeping vines or anything that rots away at the wood. But something that softens it, that works, an appropriate setback.
Okay. And then again, you did just mention this, but I just want to make sure I read it. What they were calling parcel A there in the northeast corner, you're saying that could become a park, but it's undetermined at this point.
Yeah, it's completely undetermined. We looked at it like just adding more a sense of welcoming when you come into the project, more green space when you come in. But we don't know. We know we have some restrictions with the airport overlay zone and land use compatibility. It's only an acre, so we don't know what to do with it. The easiest thing would just say we're going to do it as a park, but
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much.
Commissioner Parnell?
So just tagging on to that, with that, what is it, parcel A, the open space area, will it at least be maintained? I mean, I assume it's in your best interest to have it maintained as well as possible, since it really is part of the welcoming.
yeah, it would be weeded and mowed at the
Okay,
very
that's
least.
mostly
Yeah,
what I mean.
yeah.
Okay. Great. Commissioner Pollan took most of my questions, but I did have one more for you. It is a question about whether or not Country Lane will be gated, because page 28 of the staff report says it will be.
Oh, I didn't read that. We've never looked at Country Lane being gated. We've always looked at the senior aspect being gated. But we would like to reserve the ability to gate that in the event, if we put homes on those RR5 lots and they want it gated, you know. It's the only way in and out over there.
Yeah.
But-
And what would be, I mean, I get that you're not committing one way or another, but what would be the rationale for gating it? Would it be just like the more exclusive aspect of the development, and given that the road's private?
Yeah, I guess
Ada?
those, that, I mean, that kind of makes sense, on the surface of it. You know, if those buyers wanted to gate it and it's a private road, it's hard to say no when it's, you know,
Oh, private
not,
road.
yeah.
Yeah, okay. But you don't have plans at this time?
No,
to
not at
gate
this
it?
time, no.
Okay. That's all for me.
All right, Commissioner Wiedemann here. I'm just going to continue on
Yeah, fire
that
away.
private road. So I understand that, but, so what we have is we have walkways throughout the development, these line walkways that, I'm looking at your landscape plan
Mhm.
here. And if I were to live in, let's say, one of the lower lots down here, am I able to walk up that private road as a neighbor? Is that
If
going to be
it's-
open to the public?
Well, it's private, so it would be owned and maintained by the lots that are on it.
So so if I own a lot, let's say, I can't read the number, but across from, let's say, 124, whatever the
Sure.
number is there, we could gate that and prevent anybody from walking up to that area. That's what you're saying?
Well, in theory,
Well-
but we also own our R5 piece, that remainder 13-acre piece there too.
I understand, you know, but in this, where we are, what's in front of me now,
Mhm.
right? So, so what you're saying is that's kind of private and a bit, it's not open to the public, of the people who are house owners in this development?
Yeah, we couldn't get a public road in there. That's why I went private.
Right,
Yeah.
because you couldn't do 60 feet?
There's a smaller standard, but yes, whatever that smaller standard was. Yeah.
60 feet and with some kind of hammerhead or turnaround,
Right.
right?
It's inefficient use of land.
Well, it would eat up more.
Right, you got a lot of concrete in an appropriate place.
So it's a 50-foot, right? 25 right now. I believe it's 50 wide.
I'm just agreeing with you because I
Oh.
don't know off the top of my head. There's a lot in these projects.
I think I saw someplace, is it 50, 20, and 25?
Private road section.
I think that maybe
Country
the
lane.
total right-of-way is 50 feet?
Yeah, I'm looking at the detail now of
Yeah.
sheet 10 of 10 of your map. Number 4
Okay,
says
here.
private roads detail. It's 20-foot paved with some V ditches, 50-foot total right-of-way. So you got ingress, egress, public utility easements. So usually your PG&E is like a 5-foot or so
Right,
PUD
right.
on the side.
So well, from center line, I'm looking at 20 feet on typical road
Yes.
section detail. Okay. So it's not going to be a narrow road. It's going to be something over, we're looking at, are we looking at 40 feet wide?
It's going to be 20 feet.
It's only going to be a 20-foot wide
Yeah.
road?
That's what
Okay.
we detailed it out here.
Okay,
Adequate for a fire truck
Yeah.
and 2 vehicles to pass.
okay. That's helpful. Let's see, what else I had. So I understand the concerns of an HOA when you have public land being open to the public, right? That gets, if you're a homeowners association, that gets like, well, where's the line of demarcation?
Right.
Right? And if you're in the process of changing that, you would be working through with our planning staff?
Yeah, there's actually a condition in there, I don't know the number, that talks about dedicating an easement for public access.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, well, that's my questions for right now.
All right,
Thank you.
thank you.
Sure. Commissioner Pollan.
Thank you. Just one more question on access. I know that the senior park or the senior neighborhood is gated to vehicular traffic, but is it accessible to pedestrian traffic from the rest of the
Yeah, the
neighborhood?
design you have, I wish I could, if you have maybe the colored map.
I have it right
Yeah,
here.
and you'll see the linear park from the back end of the project. It goes tees right into the senior section, and then there's like a 15-foot easement between 2 homes. So the idea is that the senior area is not public, it's for the seniors and those that reside there. So there'll be some sort of punch code pad that they can get in and continue to walk into their subdivision. But if their child, their grown adult lives at the back end of the subdivision, they might know the code and come in and visit. So.
Okay.
And then that walkway continues through the center of that, and then another easement that gets them to the neighborhood part.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
All right, and thank you very much. Any other public input from the applicants at this time? Okay, seeing that I have none, we will move to public comment. And the commission will now hear public comment on this item. The commission will start with public comments in the room and then hear from telecommunications that are connected virtually via Zoom. If anybody from the audience is here to come up and speak, please state your name and for the record, and I invite you to raise your hand and come up.
And Chair Wiedemann, if I may, I'm going to share a timer so that each speaker
Yes.
will have 3 minutes, and I'll include that timer up on the screen.
Oh, hello.
Hi.
Oh, my name's Elaine Richard, and I did send a letter dated March 7th to be included. But I'm going to repeat what my letter said. So I live at 100 Goblet Lane, and and we do support the project, and I really like the redesign from Gardens Gate to Bella Vista. But I still have the same concerns about Goblet Lane. So I have two. One is heavy construction vehicles using Goblet Lane. And I did read in the detail about the good neighbor practices for dust control and those kinds of things. But Goblet Lane is a small road, and if construction vehicles are using it, there are going to be a lot more potholes, that kind of thing. So I wanted to make sure there's a consideration there for that good neighbor practices are described for the applicant's property, but not for Goblet Lane. So I'd really appreciate that being included as a consideration for the development. And the second thing is also a good neighbor thing. The plan includes descriptions of street-facing fencing within their property. And I would like those same considerations for Goblet Lane in that you've seen the map. It could be potentially a very long wall of 6-foot-high fence for a quarter mile. And I'm come out my front door. What I'd like to see is, I accept that there's going to be backyard fencing there for privacy for the new owners. But I'd like to see some softening occurring there too, which I did not. Goblet Lane was, if it was mentioned at all in any of these documents, which I read most of them, there's no mention of anything to do with the Goblet Lane's side. And I feel it would be a blight on our small, what used to be a pretty rural little residential area there. So I wanted to be sure I mentioned this in 2009 to Gardens Gate, and I wanted to mention it again this go-round. And I really urge the developer to, when I do something to ameliorate the potential blight to the people that have lived there for 35 years or more. And that's all. Those are my main things. I did read in the whole item about the water service for Willow and all the engineering that went on. And I really appreciated being able to read that, because being a Willow water user, it does go through your mind about, especially when we're cutting back. But it was very well done, I thought, and I appreciated that being included in the documents. That's all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
My name's Christine Hill, and I reside at the west end of Gobelay Lane. Gobelay Lane, contrary to what he said, is not completely owned by them. The upper 2/3 are owned by the residents along there. My concerns, from what I've heard today, number one is, has anyone looked at the feasibility or any problems we may have getting out onto State Street towards town with the roundabout there, as well as a crosswalk with an island? I haven't seen anything describing what that's gonna look like yet. The other thing that I noticed that was different is previously it said there were going to be single-story homes, and now it says there are going to be single and two-story homes. And the number of lots next to me has gone from 16 to 21, and I'm concerned that any of those right along my fence line are going to be 2 stories, as we are growing grapes commercially in there as well. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next.
Good afternoon, actually. Good afternoon. I'm Ross Liberty. I live in Ukiah. I own a small manufacturing shop in Ukiah, and I'm a welder, and actually, as being a welder, I'm blissfully unaware of those matters pertaining to development, thankfully. But I do know manufacturing, and I do know we need housing. It's a big problem for employees and for blue-collar workers. I'm proud to say that very few of my team, my crew, depend on they don't qualify for low-income or moderate-income housing. I think of the need for housing for like a Model T. That was Henry Ford said it was the car for the everyman because it was built on a production line instead of custom. Custom exhaust systems, custom homes, they're very expensive. They're for those well-heeled, and I think that production housing is what we need, and it's nice to have custom homes, but they're kind of politically popular. But if you want housing for the blue collar workers, the middle class, you need production market priced housing. It's just too expensive to custom build homes for that segment of our economy. And frankly, I've lost some people when young employees, and they get married and they decide to start a family and they don't want to live in an apartment anymore or a single wide. They move out of the state. I just lost another one that's been, third generation Ukiahan, just moved to Texas. It's like, start a family, we're leaving. And I think this kind of housing development is the only thing that will make it so our kids can stay here, my kids can stay here, my grandkids can stay here. My daughter already left, so that's going to be hard. But my wife would have us move to North Carolina actually right now so I could spend time with my daughter and grandkids, but that's another story. So anyways, I'm in support of this project. We need the housing, and we need production housing, which is suitable so we don't continue to hollow out the middle class in our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do I have another speaker?
My name's Larry McCann. I can only speak of Gillen in reference to experience. I've dealt with them on 2 projects, and they have truly been very conscientious of the surroundings and the neighbors, almost to a point in my mind sometimes was a little bit, I won't say silly, but it's like, really? You're going to change it? But they've been very conscientious, and I was impressed. I've dealt with a lot of projects, and they've been very, very keen of their neighbors' feelings. So that's it.
Another speaker? Anybody else? Seeing none, do we have anybody? Oh, sorry.
Good afternoon. My name is Martha Barra, and I've lived in this area since 1953. Figure that one out. So that means I have a long history of involvement in this community. My recollection says that there has not been a proposal of this kind before you for the last 20 years, when Marina Estates was built by Steve Gomes out by Lake Mendocino. Again, that's 20 years. I want to thank you as commissioners for giving your time. I appreciate every one of you because I know, looking at that, what you have gone through. As you're well aware, this proposal for Bella Vista has been in the planning stages for years and years and years, and now it's time to consider the benefits that this project will bring to the residents of the Ukiah and surrounding area. It has been vetted through all the necessary departments. You've heard that today. I'm appalled. Because of shortage staff within the Department of Building and Planning, Mr. Gillen has hired outside consultants to assist with moving Bella Vista through the review process so it can finally be before you today. Gillen Enterprises has already proven themselves
Thank you.
Sorry, just one moment. Chair Wiedemann, it sounds like we're having some audio trouble on our Zoom.
I think they may time out on the speaker.
Okay. I think we should be able to continue.
Thank you. Is there anybody else wanting to come up and speak? If not, let's open it up to any Zoom.
It does look like we have a speaker on Zoom. And we're going to enable their ability to speak. There we go. It looks like Cece, please unmute yourself and state your name for the record, and I'll start the timer. We will be able to hear them, but we are not able to hear you, Cece.
Hello, can you hear me?
Now we can, thank you.
Okay, sorry about that. My name is Cynthia Vinegar, and I work for Advent Health in Ukiah Valley, and I am here today in support of this project, not only as a representative of the hospital, but also as a resident of this community. As part of the hospital, I know all too well the challenges of finding housing for our staff and doctors. There is a shortage of healthcare workers such as nurses, technicians, and providers nationwide. It was challenging before, but as you know, the pandemic has made it even more challenging. As a rural community, we face many challenges in bringing new doctors and staff. We have to compete with bigger city hospitals who have more options to offer in terms of schools, things to do, childcare, and the list goes on. When the potential physician first comes into our community, the first thing they ask about is healthcare. but we don't have much to offer. I'm here today to ask you to not let housing be another hurdle we have to overcome when it comes to bringing in new doctors, because we already have so many challenges. We need these professionals here so we can continue caring not only for our own families today, but also for future generations. As a resident of this community, my husband grew up here. I can tell you how difficult it was to find housing. We left for a year and came back. When we were coming back, we started our search 6 months before. I've already signed up to take on my job, but then we still had no housing. I was on Craigslist, I was everywhere. And it was the day after I started my job that we found a house. It was a stroke of luck. I don't want everyone else to have just a stroke of luck of finding housing. I have heard the same stories, and I'm just one of many hospital staff who have the same issue. I have heard it from others, teachers, some employees. We have many low-income programs that help to survive, and that's great. But people like us, who are middle income, that never make it and qualify for any low-income benefits, need housing too, and we need professionals to be here so we can care for our community for now and for the future. Thank you.
There are no other speakers with their hands raised online.
All right, seeing that there's no other speakers, and we've heard from the public, I am going to ask staff if you have any final remarks.
I just want to make one clarifying remark, because it was mentioned by Commissioner Parnell that the staff report indicated that the private road would be gated, and it actually doesn't, but maybe it's lacking a comma somewhere because the intent of that long sentence was to say that the private road in the senior area would be gated, but not that a gate would be provided on Country Lane. And so I just wanted that clarification there, that that is not part of the proposal at this point. But as the applicant's representative has indicated, there is nothing that would prohibit them from gating the private road. Though presumably they would need to provide access to the fire department.
Sure. It might be one of those cases of a missing comma makes all the difference, so thanks for clarifying.
Any other items from staff?
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, just to clarify a point on the inclusionary housing agreement, it is a 10% requirement, and in the inclusionary housing agreement, just for sake of reference, we've said 13. If we're talking about a reduction in units because of the 4 lots being lost, that would still essentially be the same number of units. We would have gone from 13.2 to 12.8. If there's a larger subtraction of units down the line, that would require additional changes to the mapping, and we'll probably come back for changes to the agreement.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Roofing.
So I have 2 other comments before you move back into deliberations that I want to make. One is that over the lunch break, we did find the reference to the 8-to-1 mitigation measures. It's in the tree inventory report. And if you would like, so mitigation measure 3.3B1 is really talking about the tree removal on those 4 parcels next to Cleveland Creek and not tree removal throughout the site. You could consider modifying that tree ratio, but I think if you want to address oak tree removal comprehensively, I would suggest adding a new mitigation measure that just basically excerpts language from the tree inventory report, and that would state the 11 oak trees that will be removed shall be replaced at a mitigation ratio of 8-to-1. Trees shall be staked and screened for rodent protection and shall be irrigated for up to 3 years The mitigation trees shall be located on properties that will be managed and maintained by the HOA or successor organization, whatever it is. So I just wanted to put that out there for you. And then I also wanted to say, we have talked to the Richards, as has the applicant, about their concerns about the good neighbor fence. And if you would like to add a condition to address that concern, I would recommend a condition of approval number 53 that reads, the applicant shall provide intermittent plantings along the north side of the proposed good neighbor fence along the north boundary of the property site, of the project site. The planting plan shall be subject to the review and approval of the planning director, so she can kind of figure out what is sufficiently softening. And similarly, if you wanted to add a condition of approval prohibiting the operation of heavy equipment on Gobelet Lane, that could also be added readily.
Thank you for addressing that. That was on my list of things to
Okay,
talk with
you're
you
welcome.
about. And I believe that we heard from one of the representatives from the applicant that those would be agreeable. Am I correct in that? Okay, great. So I don't think we have a problem there.
Anything further from staff?
Not at this time, thank you.
All right. Then I take it back to, let me just verify this. How about the applicant, final remarks?
Just very brief, Ms. Richards is right, Gobelet Lane at a certain point is fenced and is no longer ours, so I believe it's just the first 4 property owners. And she will have the ability to turn left out of Gobelet Lane. I don't know if you have a cut sheet, Julia. Our roundabout specialist, who strictly deals with roundabouts, gave us designs for that, and they can come out and make a left. They can also make a right and just go through the roundabout and make a large U-turn too, but she can get out of that. That's it. Oh, and I believe Doug would like to follow up with conversation, or no.
Doug Gillen Companies. Linda, thank you for your comments about Jake. I'm sure that's going to cost me a raise in his pay, but he more than deserves it. And I'd like to thank you too for working with him. And I apologize for my interjection from time to time, but thank you for putting up with me. Ross didn't tell the whole story. The whole story is 3 years ago, he challenged me that we couldn't bring a production crew to Ukiah to build production housing. We have to build production housing to get down to affordable. Our passion is putting people into homes. So we've been fortunate that we've formed a joint venture with Christopherson Homes. Keith Christopherson is here and his daughter Amy's here. And I don't think is our manager here? No. So I think you saw our project manager, 375-pound linebacker that we bring in to run our projects. But in all seriousness, we take production building very seriously, and it takes a real effort to bring houses in at an affordable rate, and we're going to do everything within our power to do that. We also agree and want to be good neighbors, and we will work with the neighbors in our projects. All our projects, our neighbors around us are important to us because we are part of the community, and we are creating a community within a community. So, anyway, anyone have any questions for me? And thank you.
That's it for the applicants, right, at this point? And thank you for introducing yourselves. I appreciate that. And I'm sure the rest of the commission does too. And the larger community, putting a face to the project is always important, I think. So, with that, I'm going to open it up for final questions or concerns or comments from my fellow commissioners. So I'll start with the commissioner. Who wants to go first? Paulin?
Thank you, Chair Wiedemann. I appreciate staff's recommendations of those additional conditions that could be put in to address the concerns of the neighboring parcels. And I would personally like to see an additional condition that does relate to the prohibition of construction equipment on Gobelin Lane, or at least some significant restrictions on it. And I'm not sure exactly what the timing of getting that language back is. If we can do that today, that would be fantastic, so we can keep this moving along. I know you're so good at drafting on the fly, Julia. Yeah, I think in general, I'm very supportive of this project too. I think we do need housing in our community, and this is a location that's been suited for it for a long time. And I also think that the revised plan is a vast improvement over the plot plan that Gardens Gate originally presented. Again, my biggest concerns is that I would love to see, I'm really grateful that affordable housing is going to be provided as a part of this project, and I wish that we had a better mechanism for maintaining that as affordable units in perpetuity. And I would just encourage the county, if you're developing a fund, is to also be looking at things like community land trusts or other mechanisms to maintain the affordability of that housing. The only other things I would say is that, like the neighbors and like many people in this community, I think that the concerns around water availability are real, and I did appreciate the study that was done looking at Willow Water's ability to provide water for this project over the long term. And I would also encourage the developer, as they're going forward, to do everything in their power to minimize water use wherever possible. I mean, when I hear that sod's going to go in anywhere, there's a part of me that kind of cringes, because it's like we don't live in a climate that's particularly well suited for that. And I don't know, I was contacted by a constituent who was curious about the availability of purple pipe water coming from the wastewater treatment plant to provide irrigation, and I said I have no idea if that's even a possibility, but I would put that into the record for consideration. If it is, probably is not, but I'm seeing some. Someday maybe. Someday maybe, right? Let's see. If there's anything else in there that. Yeah, again, on the replanting of trees, I would also be in favor of the 8-to-1 ratio. I do know that that's a significant burden, but that is the recommendation that comes out of the proposed oak woodland protection regulations in the county. And so I'd like to honor the work of that working group in coming up with those recommendations. And again, if those plantings could happen as a part of the overall landscaping plan, so they're not just some, afterthought stuck away in a corner, that would certainly be great as well. So that's all for me. Thank you.
Commissioner Parnell?
I'm also supportive of the addition of the 3 conditions that Linda outlined, the 8-to-1 oak planting ratio, as well as those protections for Gobelin Lane. And I really want to commend the developers for taking a subdivision that was kind of from yesteryear and really modernizing it and making it something that I think our community will be proud of. It's very modern. It addresses all the environmental issues to the extent that we actually can these days, and most importantly is going to provide much needed housing for our community. So it's great to see such a well thought out design before us. And I'm really hopeful too that this 8-to-1 planting actually isn't burdensome, and that with the riparian area and also the westernmost edge of the property, with the area that you don't know what you're going to do with, maybe you can just pop 88 oaks in there and water them and monitor them and call it good. So
hope they get enough sunshine.
Yeah, that's it.
Thank you. Commissioner Wiedemann, I also, first I want to thank, I want to thank the applicant and staff. This has not been an easy project. It's going to be a long-term project for many years to come for providing much-needed housing. And I agree with the participants in our audience saying this is having senior housing, people 55 and older section in here is fabulous too. And I think it's right. It does open up other options for larger houses possibly in the community. So first, I do want to commend both the applicant, this is always a lot of work, understandable, and also staff for making it comprehensive, especially for possibly the public and also for a commission to work its way through. That said, I also will support adding those three features that Ms. Roofing suggested, that the other commissioners also referred to. And the one thing I want to say for the neighbors who are asking for some protection during construction on the lane behind the entry, Gobbly Lane. I don't know how to pronounce that actually. Yeah, Goobly Lane. Anyway, maybe when you're doing the grading, maybe you could put up a dust fence for them on that. That would be very helpful because, you know, of the winds. Just if that's a possibility it's a good neighbor thing to do in construction, and maybe you're already intending to do it, but that would be the first step in the continuing a good neighbor policy. And with that, that is my feedback at this point. And let's see, where am I here? So I'm going to be closing the public hearing now, and I'm going to bring it back to the commission and ask for a motion.
And if I may, Chair Wiedemann?
Yeah.
I think it would be helpful, since this is a large packet, staff was working on incorporating the three items from the
Yes.
commission. If you wouldn't mind if we took maybe a 5-minute break so staff can make sure that we're able to communicate
yes,
and
so
be
that
all on
you
the
could
same
present
page.
it in the
And then I will
package.
share
Okay.
it on the screen so the
Yes.
public can see that and everyone
Okay.
will be able to see
Okay.
that.
So I move for a 5-minute break.
So that would be reconvening at 2:05, we could say.
Okay, 2:05, we'll reconvene. Thank you.
Please shut off your microphone.
Yes.
All right, seeing that we have our staff ready with the changes, I'm going to invite staff to, do you want to, can you put them on?
Yes, I'll share
put
my
'em up?
screen there, so if,
And
we're gonna
while staff is putting them on the screen, what we'll also do is have staff walk us through those changes, and then I want to have the applicant respond to them. And then we bring it back for a motion.
Thank you. So let me go ahead and share my screen. So what I'm going to be sharing here, this is the resolution that was in the published packet. And I've made changes solely here on page 5, and that's where the changes start. So with the be it further resolved clause, this is the recommendation that the Planning Commission is making to the Board of Supervisors. So the recommendation would be in number 2, to approve the amended mitigation monitoring and reporting program with the following additional mitigation measure. This would be mitigation measure 3.3B-2 and would read, the 11 oak trees that will be removed shall be replaced at a mitigation ratio of 8:1. Trees shall be staked and screened for rodent protection and shall be irrigated for up to 3 years. The mitigation trees shall be located on properties that will be managed and maintained by the HOA. Then additionally, the staff had presented in the memorandum to the commission today the slight revisions, that red line of the inclusionary housing agreement. So staff has referenced here in number 8 that the Planning Commission would recommend to the board to adopt a restated development agreement for the Bella Vista subdivision, including a modified phasing plan and an inclusionary housing agreement, as amended by staff and provided in the memorandum to the Planning Commission dated March 9th, 2023. Now let me stop sharing that document, and I'm going to jump over to the conditions of approval.
Julia, I'm sorry, could you just go back to that last one real quick? Could you go up to the
Mitigation measure?
Yeah. It's just a small change, but I think it's a pretty significant one. It says, right now they'll be irrigated for up to 3 years. Should it be for at least 3 years?
I can make that change.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any other comments, concerns on that? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and switch documents then. Okay, so now I am switching to, this is the resolution attachment 1, and I'm just going to have to scroll up, and I apologize how many pages we have to go through here. But so this is correcting what was noted during our presentation, the lot numbers on conditions 14 and 15, just to make sure those align with the tentative map. And then I'm going to just scroll through all of these. There's no changes recommended in those. And getting down here to the new conditions that were discussed. So condition 53 would read, applicant shall provide intermittent plantings along the north side of the proposed good neighbor fence along the northern boundary of the property site. The planting plan shall be subject to the review and approval of the planning director. And then condition 54, no heavy equipment or construction vehicles may be operated or parked on Gobelets Lane.
Could you change that to project site?
Oh, excuse me, yeah, so they were just recommending change it to project site rather than property. Sorry? There is a planting plan already as part of the overall, yeah, thank you. So we're just discussing if we should have it read that it should be added to the planting plan. So now it would read, applicant shall amend the planting plan to provide the intermittent plantings. Any questions on these?
Commissioners good with that? The applicant, may you come up and give us your feedback?
Thank you. Yeah, just on your very first one, Julia, if you could just add the word if 11 trees are removed. Prefer to keep them. And just clarity on the last one and the planting plan, the length. Are we talking the entire length of the property line, or just the linear length of Gobelay, or just the linear length of Gobelay that we own?
I guess I would look to the commission
Sorry,
as
are
to
you
direction.
asking about the parking or the planting?
Planting.
The
The
planting on the
planting.
fence.
Yeah.
Where the fence is.
Well, since the fence is the issue, and I'm not totally clear about the length of the fence in relation to the length of Gobelay, can you maybe
Well,
explain
go-
that to us?
the Gobelay
Does-
access only, that the parcel, if you will, only abuts 4 properties.
I think.
And then Gobelay has a fence and becomes a private easement that continues for another, 1,300 linear feet.
I just drove it this morning, so, just to look again. So my question is, it ends at a fence, a gated parcel.
Correct.
Okay, so from that parcel to State Street,
Yes.
how long is that? You have it right in front of you. Is that is that the entire length
No.
you're talking?
No, that's not the entire length, and it's 495. But then there's the parcel that's not a park. Can I approach the, okay.
Yeah, that would be helpful. There you go.
So are we talking like just this and not that? Because we're trying to figure out what to do there, but you're not.
Where the property owners live, yeah.
Okay, this.
Yes.
Okay.
But, well, there's also going to be 6-foot-high fencing running the entire northern
Right, so this is
embankment.
backyard, but I don't, so you're creating a no man's land if you set back 5 feet or some number and then plant there, and then you're telling someone that they have to maintain that and they can't access it?
Right.
And then this is, there's no homes here.
Mhm.
These are homes, and that's actually an apartment building that faces South State Street.
So does the private portion of Gobelay continue beyond what we see on this map?
Yeah, right where the cursor is essentially a gate, and then
Yep.
you have 1, 2, 3, 4 homes, and then a vineyard.
Okay, so the good neighbor fence that you're planning to build, can you again show us where that's going to be?
Well, it's gonna be on like all parcels, on the backside of all.
Okay, backside of all
Of
parcels.
all homes, but here is where I was under the impression that it would have like a subtle setback or meander, and plantings will go within this,
Because you can be responsible for those plantings.
and I can access them.
Yeah.
I mean, ultimately, it will be the property owner, but they can get to them.
Well, it's on the north side, though. The
Right, but-
planting, the planting's requested to be on the north side. Who's-
Correct, but it's Gobelay Lane, which we have the ability to give them access to.
I think I could probably be of help with this.
Thank you.
Okay. This is where I am right here, and Gobelay Lane goes all the way up to here. This is the part that is owned by the applicant. And this is the part that would have the fence. I don't know if they're planning on putting a fence along here too, but you wouldn't need to, you don't need to plant up here by me because that's vineyard. So it would be just this section right here that I think we were talking about.
But the applicant wouldn't have access to be able to get back there because that is.
No,
Right.
this is road.
Yes.
It is just, this
Not
part of
drawn
the
in.
road
It's not
is
drawn in.
owned by these particular people.
Right.
But it is road up until the gate right here.
So if I may, for the commission, we would recommend that we limit the planting to the applicant's property. And so if I can just get back here to the conditions.
Because that further western portion, if the property owner so desired to create a visual screen from the fence, they could plant along there
Yes.
if they so chose.
Right, on their own property.
Okay, let me go ahead and share my screen again. So this would be reading, applicant shall amend the planting plan to provide intermittent plantings along the north side of the proposed good neighbor fence on the applicant's property. The planting plan shall be subject to the review and approval of the planning director.
Right, so it just covers your property? Okay. Yes.
I feel like that's reasonable, and then if those other 4 property owners want to plant and water and maintain, they're certainly welcome to do that. Meanwhile, you're not having to like landscape the whole neighborhood.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just Director Krug, can we, we've gone over it a couple times, can we go back to the mitigation, the oak tree mitigation one, just because there's been a request from the applicant? And again, just for sake of clarity, maybe it should just say, if any of the 11 oak trees are removed, they shall be replaced at an 8-to-1 ratio.
There you go. Use that word any.
Does that look correct?
That makes it clear.
All right.
Any others? Okay.
Okay. So now that I bring it back to the commission, I entertain a motion from my fellow commissioners.
Take it, Allison. You had it, page 37 on the staff.
Turn my mic on. So I would like to make the recommended motion as it appears in the staff report and as amended today. How'd I do, Matt?
Let's just, Deputy County Council Matthew Kudrowski, let's check the recommended motion language on the screen real
Great,
quick.
thank you.
Just didn't have it up. Okay, give me just one moment while I scroll to it. It's at the very bottom. Sorry. Okay. And would you like me to share my screen? Okay. I can share my screen for the benefit of everyone.
And that includes everything, so recommended motion as the resolution.
Correct. So I'm just sharing on my screen here the recommendation from the staff report. This is on page 37 of the staff report.
Adopting recommended motion as modified, recommended motion as with the resolution as modified at today's meeting.
That's what I would like to do. Make the recommended motion as modified at today's meeting.
Deputy County Council to clarify, the recommended motion adopting the resolution as modified at today's meeting, including modifications to attachments.
Okay, ditto.
All right, do I have a second?
I'll second that motion.
Could we have roll call vote?
Commissioner Pollan,
Yes.
Commissioner Pernod,
Yes?
Commissioner Wiedemann.
Yes.
Motion passes 3-0.
All right.
That was quick, Doug.
Still has to go to the Board of Soups, so you know.
I have a public comment, maybe out of order, out of line. Go right ahead. To tell you how happy that many of us sitting. Many of us sitting in this room are so pleased that Julia Acker-Krog is now our Director of Planning. If I had a bottle of champagne and glasses, I would share it all with you because, Julia, we feel like this is a way for our county to move forward after what we've. So thank you. I don't know what the chain of command is to get you there, but we appreciate it.
Right. And I think the commission probably concurs with that too. Definitely. And I also want to thank the consultant Linda Roofing, who is just sharp as a tack, as we say on the coast.
You did a great job with this, Linda. Thank you. Great
Yes,
staff report.
really. And thank the applicant for being mutable, right? Mutable, and that's what it takes. And thanks for all the public participation. Thank you very much.
Chair Wiedemann, I'd suggest we take a couple-minute break to let the room
So,
clear out.
yes, so Okay, the planning commission's back to order, and we're moving to our regular calendar of item 6B. And right now, we're down a airport land use commission. And I was wondering if, since we're missing that seat in Ukiah area, could we postpone this until we pick up that seat?
If you would like to, we certainly can. There is a planned Airport Land Use Commission meeting on March 23rd, so at 2 p.m. So we would just, so it would just mean that there's a smaller commission participating at that meeting.
Let me ask my fellow commissioners what they would like to do. Commissioner Parnell?
I'll just be really upfront. I'm in no position to serve on that committee. If either one of you are ready to step forward on it today, I think we could have a vote. Otherwise, I think we need to postpone.
I'm already on it.
Okay. So, all right. All eyes on you, Cliff.
I think we should nominate the new person that's not on this commission yet to be on that. I'm also not in a position to join that right now.
Right, that's what I thought.
Okay.
So
we need to postpone.
as I understand, we'll add this then to the March 23rd special meeting agenda. We are hopeful that the second district seat will be filled at that time.
Okay.
But I can't say with absolute certainty. So we'll still agendize it. And then,
And I will be at that meeting representing the commission.
and
So-
perhaps Commissioner Jones would be there as well, and we can talk through that.
Yes,
So-
that would be great. Okay, so we move on to item number 7, matters from...
Do we need a motion on that?
No, because we didn't make a motion. Matters from staff.
We have no matters from staff today.
All right, so then we go matters from commission?
Yeah, I wanted to ask staff if there were any updates on the board hearing the appeal on the vacation rental ordinance.
It is tentatively scheduled for the March 28th Board of Supervisors meeting. And I say tentatively because we have not yet passed the deadline where we're for sure on that agenda. So that could be modified. We'll just have to see how it goes in the next couple weeks.
Okay.
And I just had one question that's been asked of me on that. What is the use permit fee right now for somebody applying for a vacation rental?
About $3,000.
So the answer to that question was about $3,000.
Thank you.
And there's no CDFW fee required for that, is there?
There is if we have to complete an initial study, but previously we have found many of the use permits that have been processed to be categorically exempt from CEQA, which does not have the fish and game filing fee, but I just want to always reserve in case there is that particular circumstance where CEQA would be triggered and meet that full negative declaration or mitigated negative declaration.
Okay.
Is there any other matters from my fellow commissioners?
Just one small one, and I want to say, I sent an email of thanks to Deputy County Counsel for sending out the information yesterday about the hybrid meetings and how they'll take place and when exemptions can happen for people to not appear in person. And I just said to him in this email, and I want to say it to everyone so it's on the public record, I would really be in favor of this body and whatever bodies we can round up trying to make those exemptions permanent. As they stand right now, they expire at the end of this calendar year, I believe. And I think that they strike a great, reasonable balance, especially for people that are in a mostly volunteer position like ourselves who might not be able to attend at sometimes, to actually be able to participate remotely when our participation would just be barred otherwise. And I don't know if there's a process by which we appeal to our state legislator to try and make that a more permanent exemption or not. I'll have you trade your microphones over there.
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski. What we're talking about is the fact that there are now different rules for teleconferencing. Now that the COVID pandemic is over, and so we're all here in this room right now. I don't know if there's a process for that. I can reach out to my boss, the County Counsel, to see if he knows of whatever's happening in the legislature. I'm not sure if the League of Cities or the County Council or the counties have gotten together to hasn't been much time to road test that this year, to be entirely honest. So the legislature made us wait to see what happens. So if I do get an update, I might just communicate that to you, possibly to the commission.
Great, thank you very much.
All right, then, since no other matters from commission, we go to approval of minutes. And we have the September 1st. Do I have a motion to adopt the minutes of September 1st, 2022?
So moved.
Second?
All those in favor?
No.
Aye.
Has to be a roll
they're
call vote,
roll call,
sorry.
sorry. Thanks, Jim.
Sure.
Keep us on track, Jim.
Commissioner Pollan,
Yes.
Commissioner Purnell,
Yes?
Chair Wiedemann.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, and then do I have a motion to adopt the November 3rd, 2022 minutes?
So moved.
Second?
Commissioner Purnell,
Yes?
Commissioner Pollan,
Yes.
Chair Wiedemann.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, and let's see, how about for January 19th, 2023, adopt the minutes?
So moved.
Second?
Commissioner Purnell,
Yes?
Commissioner Pollan,
Yes.
Chair Wiedemann.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, so do I have a motion to adjourn this meeting?
I so move.
Do I have a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 All right, we did it in record-breaking time. Good job.